Good morning, councillors. Good morning, executive. Good morning to those joining us in the digital gallery. I note we have no one present with us this morning in the physical gallery, but I declare the ordinary meeting of Tuesday the 16th of August 2022 open, and in doing so acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands on which we meet and also that form the footprint for our great region. Pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and extend ongoing congratulations to them on their continued nurturing of their culture. Councillors, I note a full attendance of councillors and a full attendance of the executive team this morning. So I then come to item 4, to prayers, and it's a privilege this morning to welcome Reverend J. Child Cook from Uniting Church, Beaudesert, Canungra, to lead us in prayers. Good morning, Reverend.
Good morning, sir. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Thank you for taking the time to join us, and we're in your hands.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let us pray together. Yeah. Let us pray together. The book of Jeremiah, chapter 29, verse 12 to 14 says, "Then you will call on me and come and pray to me, and I will listen to you. You will seek me and find me. When you seek me with all your heart, I will be found by you, declares the Lord." Mighty God, thank you for having us here to pray. Lord, I lift up our community, Beaudesert and Scenic to you. Bless Mr. Greg Christensen, our mayor and our leaders. Lord, I pray that you will give them wisdom to make wise decisions and to govern with love, grace, justice, and mercy. Help them continue to do what is best for all the people. Mighty God, I ask for your hand in our community that help those who have difficulties and troubles. I pray that our people continue to find ways to bless those that feel alone or helpless. Thank you for all our blessings. Thank you, Lord. I pray this in the name of our Lord, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend. As ever, it's great to have you share with us. Thank you for leading us in prayers. I do know you have a busy parish to tend to and would understand if you don't continue with us in the digital gallery today. But thank you again, and look forward to talking again with you in the near future.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, we move to item 5 on our agenda. Are there any, I've not been advised of any prescribed or declarable conflicts of interest, so I just ask if there are any such conflicts. If not, move to item 6, and we come to announcements and mirror minutes. Councillors, I do have an announcement for today's meeting that I'd like to share with you. Today's ordinary meeting will be the last to be attended by our current Chief Executive Officer, Mr. John Gibbons. I'd like to take this opportunity to place on record the thanks and appreciation of Council for his service and contribution to Scenic Regional Council and the communities we serve. Since March 2018, Mr. Gibbons has provided diligent transformational leadership to modernise our operations, to better support the strategic direction set by elected council through our corporate plans. Foundations he has built include moving council from a silo-based organisation to being a strong, team-based, purpose-driven one, committed to pursuing an efficient, customer-oriented service culture. Transitioning financial management to a zero-based budgeting approach that has delivered savings and efficiency gains to offset continuous upward pressure on costs, supporting ongoing financial sustainability. Supporting the direction of council through the development of a suite of robust strategies and action plans under the approved corporate plans to ensure strong direction and accountability for progress. Overseeing a record program of investment in asset upgrades across the region, including through the Vibrant Active Towns and Villages program, Bridge Renewal program and public play space upgrades. Strengthening governance processes and audit accountability. I invite other councillors to join me in expressing our appreciation to Mr Gibbons for his contribution to making the Scenic Rim a stronger and sustainable region, and in wishing him and his family well for the future. I also remind John that he'll be a welcome visitor to the region in the future. Thank you. Councillors? Councillor McConnell?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank the CEO for his efforts over the last 4 years, and I know he's well thought of within the council, and I wish him all the best in his future endeavours. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor West?
Thank you, Mayor. CEO, I'd also like to thank you most sincerely for your contribution to the Scenic Rim Council, for your refresh and refocus thinking when you came on board. I'd also like to especially acknowledge the way that you handled the COVID-19 pandemic when it came upon us. It was a very challenging times, it was uncertain, and it was very quite frightening for all our community. But the way you looked after the staff and the organisation, I know was most appreciated, and I think it's really important that we all are aware that you were always here every day, despite the fact that staff were all working from home. You were here making sure that everything was all right in the council. So best wishes, and thank you for the legacy that you have left for our community, and hopefully our paths will cross again.
Thank you. Councillor Enright?
Thank you, Mayor. I would also like to recognise John, not just for what he's achieved, but how he has achieved it, with respect, consideration, integrity and purpose. It has been a privilege for me to observe John's contribution over the last almost 4.5 years, and to witness the respect that his colleagues and staff have for John. For the first 6 months, he looked, listened, consulted and planned, developed a vision, a plan and a roadmap for a much better Scenic Rim Regional Council. This took a person with an acute understanding of all the functions of council, with a keen eye and a keen ear. What was good, what was broken, what needed an overhaul. He grew and developed a team to make it happen. Many are here with us today. Together with 430 other council employees, John led the transformation of this organisation from the ground up, while continuing to provide a service to our community. The results have been a cultural shift from an organisation lacking coordinated strategic direction and focus into a contemporary organisation with a purposeful customer focus, delivering award-winning programs and services that are admired and envied by our peers, receiving accolades, achievements and recognition worldwide for our region. As an elected member of this council, I must acknowledge the 4-3 majority vote that determined that your contract not be renewed. However, please accept my personal apology for the way the last 12 months have unfolded and anguish this must have caused. Throughout this painstaking process, you have upheld your integrity, maintained your respect, and quietly accepted the outcome, a true testament to the strength of your character. All I can conclude with, although it fails miserably, is a very sincere thank you. You can leave this organisation knowing that your contribution has transformed this council and has changed the lives of the thousands who live, work and visit the Scenic Rim region. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. There are no other speakers. Thank you, councillors. Councillor McGuinness.
Yes, Mayor, I'd just like to personally thank John for the time and effort that he's put here. And wish him all the best for the future and thank him for the role that he's carried out here.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, Councillor Swanborough.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, now is not the time to wax lyrical about a whole lot of things today, but I want to thank John because he's been courteous and personable and a reasonable sort of a bloke to all of us in the time that we've known him, and I thank you for that, John. And I also want to give you some encouragement that, you know, in executive positions, when one door closes, another opens, and I believe that's the same for you. And I thank you for your service that's been here. It's been good. It's disappointing to leave under these circumstances, as Councillor Enright has said. But I believe that in these sorts of roles that you take on, that's always going to be a function of the role, you know, in your career. And I would just take heart that I think there are better things in store for you in the future.
Councillor Chalk.
Yeah, thank you. I'd also like to pass my best wishes to you, John, and your wife. It's been a pleasure getting to know you, and I've always found you to be very hard-working and courteous, and I know you're very well respected in this by the employees, which is a testament to your personality. And so I wish you all the best, and hope you go on to bigger and better things. So thank you.
Thank you, councillors, and thank you again, John. And there will be a further conversation with the organisation later in the week to bid farewell. Councillors, I move to item 7 on the agenda today. I'm not aware of any deputations arranged, or I've not been advised of any petitions, so I move to item 8, and that comes to the confirmation of the minutes of the previous meeting, and we have a recommendation before it. The minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 2nd of August 2022 be adopted. Seek a mover. Councillor West. Any questions to the minutes? Seek a seconder. Oh, sorry, did you have a question, Councillor McConnell?
Can I just confirm that the motions have been sent, I can't remember, the motions have been sent to LGAQ?
So we can confirm that in a moment. Right? We can just clarify that at 9 in a moment. And I believe we have that confirmation, but we'll do that in a moment. Were you seeking to second? Thank you, Councillor. Then any further questions? And wish to speak to the motion, Councillor West?
No, thank you.
Anyone else seeking a leave to speak additionally? Put the motion. Those in favour? Minutes are adopted. We come to item 9, and we just return to the question from Councillor McConnell. Do we have advice, GM?
Yes, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Formally, they've been submitted through the LJQ portal. Now, there's a process of LJQ assessing those and whether they're finally accepted, and we'll, certainly as that progresses, we'll provide further notification. Generally, there's when LJQ assess all those motions and may or may not see similar motions with other councils, they may reach out to those councils and seek whether there's an opportunity for a joint submission or party. But they've definitely been submitted, and I think we've received the formal advice, and I believe the Principal Specialist Governance has sent confirmation to the councils as well. I just couldn't see that one. But
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Enright.
Yes, Mayor, I just wonder if I could ask the officers or the General Manager for an update on item 5 of the ordinary meeting of the 19th of July regarding the declaration of prescribed or declarable conflict of interest by members, of which I had to chair. Would you have an update on the progress of the outcome of this item?
Councillor, just for clarity, you're referring to the seeking of advice?
seeking of an update.
Yeah,
of
but
item.
that component of, that was quite a long matter,
Yes.
and that was the,
Yeah.
I'm just condensed that down. I think that's the outstanding piece.
Yeah, I don't have that particular resolution, but I believe it was seeking advice from the department around how to deal with it. The update that we can provide is I know directly after the meeting, Principal Specialist Governance was in touch with the department verbally to advise them of the matter, and I believe that was also followed up with an email advising all the necessary information was online, basically, that there was a link to the recording, and that's all the information that we thought that was necessary to provide them, because there was nothing else that we could provide. Everything was sort of available as per the recording. So I think, from memory, and John, the last advice that we had from them was that they were looking into the matter, and they didn't give a definitive time frame as to when they did come back, but I will seek further advice in terms of getting an update.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Swanborough?
Yes, one other matter in business arising is that a couple of meetings ago we had a resolution that we were going to soon be considering the report on the council owned and controlled land, and that we were doing this on the advice of the acting General Manager of Assets and Environmental Sustainability, who advised us that that report was imminent. I think he said 2 weeks. It hasn't come to the council at this point in time. The reason it was resolved was that the PCYC were looking for some direction and decision of council in relation to the availability of land for the PCYC. And so I was just wondering what the delay is in relation to that report coming towards council.
Perhaps rather than is there a delay, what's the status of the report, I think was the original question.
There's two parts to that question, I believe. The first part is around the timing of the reports. We've received draft information from the consultant. There are some questions that still need to be answered with the number of the lots, and we're certainly getting those questions answered by those within the organisation, within planning and other areas in council. So, look, we're still working to a timeline, in my mind, that it'll be closer towards the end of September before a draft will be available to council, depending. And look, I can't speak for others who are involved in the process to actually provide that support. The second part to your question is around the availability of land, and I might hand over to General Manager of to answer the other General Manager to answer that question.
Thank you, Chris. In relation to the PCYC, I've kept them regularly updated on the process and met with them last week to discuss their terms of reference and to give them an update on where the land assessment process is up to, and they were very comfortable with how council has progressed at this point in time.
Thank you. GM People and Strategy.
May I just like to point out, as part of the operational plan 2022 to 2023, there is a key milestone detailed within that plan around a report of council land holdings with recommendations for future use, including a divestment plan to be adopted by council by the 31st of March 2023. So I just wanted to draw your attention to that item in the operational plan.
Thank you. Okay. No other business arising. We turn to the business of the meeting today, item 10.1, and GM Council Sustainability. I'll ask you to introduce this item.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Under Section 221 of the Local Government Regulation 2012, there's a requirement to provide to Council a report following immediately the staging of a Audit and Risk Committee meeting. The last Audit and Risk Committee was held on the 19th of June, and as contained in the report, there's a list of items on the agenda that was deliberated, and 16th of June, sorry, was it 16th? 16th of June, sorry, yes. And there's a list of items that were discussed on the agenda along with the corresponding recommendation that was resolved by the Audit and Risk Committee. It was also acknowledged that this was the first Audit and Risk Committee meeting attended by Deputy Mayor, Councillor Jeff McConnell, in his capacity as the member, following the change in the committees, in the meetings representation. The report's detailed. I'm certainly open to any queries regarding any of the matters, Mr Mayor.
So, councillors, any questions to the report? Councillor Swanborough?
Yes, Mr Mayor, this is more a question not just to the General Manager but to all councillors if they want to answer. It's in relation to this report. When I read the report, I thought to myself, well, what did I learn from that report? I didn't learn too much at all. All I learnt was that there were a series of reports that were received, and there was no information given to me about the function of the committee and the decisions that actually been made, which would go towards what the purpose of the committee is. So I went back to the legislation, and I had a look at Section 221 of the Act, and it said, as soon as practicable after a meeting of the committee, give the local government a written report about the matters reviewed. Now, I guess it's a determination of what the matters are, but the interpretation we've taken here is so broad that it's just recommendation the report be received and noted and offer your comments later on, but we never get to see those comments. But how does the public, understand that this committee is looking at the ongoing integrity of council practices and processes and making recommendations to them? And I think we may need to have a look at this just to see what comes out of that committee and what brief is given to the committee and what assurance is given to the public about how that committee is functioning and what they're recommending.
I wasn't sure there was a
Yeah,
question.
I'll take those comments on
Councillor,
board, and certainly, and that's correct in terms of the legislation. And I guess there's always been an understanding that the Ordinance Committee is an oversight function. If there are matters that need to arise, they will progress to the council as a recommendation. It is scheduled that the Ordinance Committee Chair makes a presentation to the open forum of the council around the matters and activities, and certainly. The Mayor and the external member that sit in those meetings can provide additional commentary of the like, but I guess as part of their function, oversight function, they're interested in seeing some of these areas, and necessarily, by exception, if there's any matters that do raise its head, there's a further recommendation as to the matter. But the full reports can certainly be provided, but given the fact that there's some of those matters may or may not be confidential in nature, we can't publish the whole agenda, I say, but certainly take those comments on notice, and I'll may even provide that feedback to the ARC. We've got a meeting coming up next week as well.
So, just to clarify one of your comments, GM, when you say those reports can be provided, certainly they'd be available to councillors, but the clarification is they do have matters that do need to remain meet that criteria to stay confidential within the terms of reference and the expectation for the Audit and Risk Committee, which is different to the request for them to be public. Just to clarify, is that correct?
That's correct, sir. Certainly available to provide those reports to council should they require them in full.
Councillor McConnell, this was your first. You've been an observer for some time, but you wish to add some comment?
Yeah, just that any council on the Council's Hub can see the ARC, I believe.
Correct.
I don't think it's restricted to just the Mayor and myself, so anyone can go onto the Hub, bring up the ARC and have a look at any of the papers and workings of the Audit and Risk Committee. So it's open to anyone.
And Councillor, I would add the observation that all councillors are made aware of and are invited to participate as observers to the Audit and Risk Committee if they wish to have further understanding. That is very true. Any other questions for clarity to the report? If not, GM, I'll get you to introduce the recommendation for this matter.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The recommendation for item 10.1 is that Council receive the report provided on the Audit and Risk Committee meeting held on 16 June 2022.
Seeker mover. Councillor McGuinness. Any further questions, councillors? Any additional discussion? Seeker seconder. Councillor West, wish to speak further, Councillor McGuinness? Thank you. Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Not put the motion. Those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move to page 9 of our agenda to item 10.2, and we turn to the GM People and Strategy to take us through this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and good morning, Mayor, councillors and fellow executives, and to those listening in the gallery. Today I'm pleased to present the Quarter 4 Progress Report against Operational Plan 2021-22. The report evidences significant achievements against the operational plan in the quarter, and I'll just note again that this is a report only on the quarterly activities. You'll see coming up in the not too distant future the annual report for adoption, which gives a more rounded view of the year's achievements. So in terms of the Quarter 4 report, some significant achievements for which I'll draw your attention, in particular to the executive summary on page 19 of the quarterly report itself, and for councillors, page 19 of the agenda. Page 7 of the report and page 19 of the agenda for councillors, and which details and summarises some of those significant achievements under our 7 key themes drawn directly from the community plan.
Sorry to correct you, Jim. You might find it on both pages 18 and 19. Starts on 18, moves to 19, just in case someone's trying to follow along online.
Yes. Page 6 and 7 of the
report. But in the report structure that people will be seeing, pages 18 and 18 is where that commences. Thank you.
Thanks for the correction, Mayor. So that first attachment, as always, we have attached 2 versions of this report to the agenda. The first including some highlights in yellow, which is where we've identified amendments from amendments to the operational plan or to previous quarterly reports where we're improving the quality of data and reporting. So happy to walk through the content of this report, Mayor, if that's what you would like to do.
Thank you, and we'll commence that walkthrough from page 18. And councillors, I know I do this quite tediously, but we will go page by page and seek to follow comments as we go. So I will start from the executive summary on page 18, and there's a lot of material there. Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. May I start with a couple of questions on page 18?
You may indeed.
So what activities have been achieved through Council's Land for Wildlife officers working with property owners?
Thanks for your question, Councillor Enright. I'll hand directly to General Manager, Customer and Regional Prosperity to respond to that question.
Thank you, Carolyn. Thank you, Councillor, for your question. Some of the key activities included supporting Land for Wildlife members with training and skills, building in the areas of environmental weed management, tree planting and citizen science. And some notable projects included planting 200 Richmond birdwing butterfly vines to support the Richmond birdwing, a vulnerable species of butterfly that relies on the vines to lay its eggs. This butterfly is an amazing sight and one of the largest in Australia. Other projects included working with landowners to set up wildlife cameras and lures in attempt to support the spotted tail quoll. This elusive predator is rarely seen within the Scenic Rim and is currently listed as an endangered species due to pressure, including habitat loss and introduced species such as cane toads. So just a few examples of what the team has been working on with our Land for Wildlife members.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Enright?
Thank you, Mayor. Another question from the Sustainable and Prosperous Economy. What were the outcomes from the 7 tourism operators participating in the 11-week Best of Brisbane Experience program?
Thank you, Councillor. I'll take that question. There were 7 operators that participated in the Best of Brisbane Experience program. These included Oliveview Estate, Park Tours, Hazelwood Estate, Nightfall Camp, Wander at the Overflow, Gliding and Paragliding, and Cedar Glen Farm Stay. All of these have graduated from the 11-week, 13-module program. They've gained an enormous amount of knowledge from their one-on-one mentor, Emily Barry from Tourism Tribe, and the program content, which was developed by respected tourism professionals and coaches Jane Jennings and Linda Tillman. Excuse me. The modules focus on the areas that are required to become a Best of Queensland experience, which is operated through Tourism Events Queensland. And that program has quite structured assessment criteria that has to be met. The content included business development, consumer trends, a self-assessment module, a listing on the Australian Tourism Data Warehouse, the importance of customer reviews, online booking, social media, regional tourism organisation membership, accreditation, brand and marketing, and business roadmap mapping. The tourism operators across the state which are assessed and meet this very high standard gain access to opportunities afforded by TEQ, such as exposure in TEQ's preferred operator database, which is used when planning Queensland marketing and activity worldwide. It also has prioritisation on the Queensland.com website and a stamp of recognition that they can use on their own social channels. The next round of Best of Queensland operators will not be released until early next year, so we won't be able to see until then if this program has progressed our 7 operators to that coveted status, but we anticipate that it will. The program has also been developed, will not just benefit these 7 operators. The content developed lives on the 13-module, as a 13-module program, and is now available on Choose Brisbane website, an ongoing basis for all operators in the Greater Brisbane area to complete as a self-guided process at their own pace. Incidentally, the Scenic Rim is well represented on the latest Best of Queensland listing, which was just released last month from an assessment conducted at the beginning of year, and it's pleasing to report that 49 of our tourism operators across accommodation, food and drink, tours, experience and attractions have now attained this prestigious status.
Thank you. Councillor, further questions?
That's all for 18. Yeah.
Any others on 18, councillors? Page 19.
Yes, I do have one.
Councillor Enright.
Under accessible and serviced regions, what has been the outcome of the interim outreach click and collect library service and the cuppa in the community events?
I'll take that question again. Thank you, Councillor. The Click and Collect Outreach Service commenced on 16 November 2021. As you know, we're waiting for the new mobile library project to be completed, and we've had significant delays due to COVID with accessing the vehicle and being able to do the design and fit out, but I can report that that is well progressed, and we'll be bringing a briefing back to Council shortly. So the Click and Collect service was born as an interim service until the van is ready, and the original timetable just went to 6 locations, to drop off books that have been ordered, books or materials that have been ordered through the library service. We now go to actually 15 locations. Some have been very successful and some not so successful. So a few minor changes were recently made to the timetable when they were developing the June to December 2022 timetable, which I believe I shared recently with councillors. It has been a slow start due to some of the severe weather conditions that we've had in recent months, which has resulted in the service not being able to get into some of the rural areas with a lot of the roads having been flooded. It has been difficult with the rain and keeping the books dry and trying to cope personally, with those challenges. And changing cars regularly between the library car and the courier van and fleet vehicles has meant a lot of lifting of boxes and moving of stock, which is enabling us to get out to the community. The service has involved the cuppa in the community, as you mentioned, in 8 different locations, and these have been well attended. People sometimes are just wanting to have a chat with us, and we have encountered, though, very many lonely and isolated people who feel isolated by where they live, and so these cuppas in the community have become an important part of their day. The outreach click and collect service, most people didn't know, and then the library service went to the various cuppas in the community, and so now we've been able to promote that service even further. It means that the outreach service has been able to connect again with a lot of members in the community that have used the mobile library truck in the past, and the community development team have been very supportive, and great to see the transition and work between the two teams, the library services team and community development team. They've made some very valuable community connections. Since starting that outreach service, we've actually had 130 new members join the library. The team has talked to over 1,125 people and have loaned some 2,462 books since that outreach service was put in place.
Well done. Thank you.
Anything further, councillors, on page 19? We'll start through the tables then. Page 20, spectacular scenery, healthy environment. I'll keep moving if no one indicates a question. Page 21, which is the continuation of that. Page 22. Page 23. Page 24. GM.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just draw your attention in the Quarter 4 report, as this is our last quarterly progress report for the financial year. We have made note within each action item here where an activity will be extended beyond the financial year. So you can see there the approved extension timelines, and you'll note when we read out the recommendations that we're asking councillors to note those extended timelines.
Thank you. Councillor McConnell?
To the GM, so that's a track change, that's a new addition from the previous.
It is an addition, yes, councillor. Yeah.
Okay.
It's not changed in that the end date is still there, and you can still see the end date. It's an addition, yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
I
usually
think
they're highlighted in yellow.
Yep.
Okay.
To Councillor McConnell's point, for the clarity of the gallery, this document is a work in progress that we continue to seek to improve and refine, and we seek the support of the GM and the team in particular to take on those learnings to provide that clarity of information, so that should there be those overruns. And councillors, you would have noted in some of the executive summary comments, it was highlighted that there had been some real challenges to delivery, and some may have remembered the sunshine and forgotten the rain and forgotten the COVID. Those things have all happened over the last 12 months and have pushed some of these timings outside of our original expectation as well. So we're still on page 24, and that's a good place to call out the example of that notation for future reference. Thank you. 25. 26. 27. Page 28. Page 29. Page 30. Councillor Swanborough.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Just with the Tambourine Mountain Water Security Extension Project, when's the end date for that particular project?
Sorry, I believe that's on the prior page, on page 29.
29, thank you.
And 29, yes.
Thank you for your question, Councillor. That project has technically completed, but the moratorium that you're aware of the state government brought into play has actually started working with the university and using some of the university data and findings. I checked with officers recently and there will be a briefing coming forward. We've asked representatives of that project to come and brief council in the findings of it. But as you understand, there was a 12-month moratorium that then had an extension. So some of the project that council facilitated with the university has actually had inputs into the review that the state government is currently conducting through that moratorium.
And just further clarity to that, but the project that council had undertaken extended started long before the government then became involved. So has a longer resource of data to assist that deliberation. Okay, page 30. Page 31, we're into sustainable and prosperous economy. Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, a question on the first item of sustainable and prosperous economy. The number of businesses engaged for the quarter has grown significantly. What has been the catalyst for this increase in engagement?
Thank you for your question, Councillor. Small Business Month in May was a catalyst and a reason for many of the engagements in this quarter and those ongoing interactions. We had over 150 businesses actually participate in our events during Small Business Month that we organised and delivered. We also supported a number of Chamber of Commerce events that were held during that period of time to enable the chambers to connect with their membership base and their local businesses. Additionally, we had engagements around the recovery opportunities and the funding for projects that have been delivered. Then we've been communicating and explaining to businesses to make them aware of opportunities for further interactions with funding bodies that have, that they may have been able to have access to. Other interactions included the introduction of the Shop Scenic Rim initiative, because the team have been hitting the main streets of our town centres to let businesses know that this was coming and to drum up interest in that and to encourage them to be either a load-up store or a redemption store. So we've seen quite an increase, as you state, in that quarter, 681 interactions as opposed to the target of 50. I think it's a credit to the Regional Prosperity team for their diligence over this last quarter.
Thank you. Councillor McGuinness.
Yes, Mayor. To the GM, just on that with the Chamber of Commerce's, could I ask what interaction we have with the Queensland Chambers of Commerce organisation? That do we have any role with them, and who each, my understanding, each chamber is a member of it? Do we have any interaction there?
Yeah, you're right. Most chambers are members of the QCCI. Our officers actually interact with them on an as-needs basis. We receive all their regular updates and newsletters and any training opportunities or funding opportunities that they have identified. The team then distribute to the chambers or call out to the chambers in case they've missed that information. And from time to time, we've called on them for input or additional advice on, difficult, issues that we might see happening across the region or in relation to a specific industry, where QCCI may have some of that external expertise to enable us, to seek assistance.
Thank you. Further questions? Otherwise, we move to page 32, councillors. Page 33. Page 34. Councillor
Yes,
Enright.
Mayor, thank you. Regarding the engagement of the small to large industrial businesses, there's been a significant number engaged with council. What do you put this increased level of engagement to?
Oh, my superstars? No, I'll take that question. In all seriousness, I think the ongoing interest and inquiries regarding Bromelton and the Beaudesert Enterprise Precinct is the primary cause for that. Some of these have been going for a period of time with continuous engagement, and it's not always new business. The team are engaging with current businesses that are looking to expand, and I think when we think investment attraction, we should never just think new business. We should also think about attraction, retention and expansion. It's a critical part of the local economy. The waste to energy sphere is a driver of some of this activity. As you know, that's a very hot topic and there's much interest from various players. I think the other part to this is the continued facilitation of the Scenic Rim Strategic Coordination Group that we formed, where various local state government departments meet with myself and my senior officers across economic development and planning, representation from Department of Main Roads, the Department of State Development and the Office of the Coordinator General, and where we continue to address strategic issues related to the region, and also to work with them on attracting business and or helping businesses expand. And in recent times with Trade and Investment Queensland, who have done some amazing work in our region to help many of our businesses start exporting overseas, which otherwise they may not have been able to do.
Thank you. Further questions on that page? Otherwise, move to page 35. Page 36. Councillor McConnell.
Yeah, just to the GM, if I could, in regards to the Beaudesert Enterprise Precinct and the previous wet weather and the forecast wet weather, how that will impact on the progress at this stage.
I can only talk about the past. Unfortunately, I have heard the latest forecast for future weather, and look, we're at a stage now where we're up out of a lot of the subgrade material. We are in a position where we're working on base gravels for a portion of the site. There are still some areas like the bioretention basins that any rain, they collect the water, so they do get quite wet, and that may delay some of that works. But in general, the roadworks is now progressed. Thankfully, I met with the team up there last week and celebrated about 4 weeks of continuous work for the first time in about 18 months. So they were quite pleased with the progress they had made. We're still working towards a September/October date of getting the majority of the work done. However, as you pointed out, and as of yesterday with the Bureau of Meteorology's latest information, anybody's guess, but it's not looking good, but we're certainly in a position where any rain that does occur, there's only a few activities that it will impact adversely.
Thank you.
Thank you for that update. Page 36, 37. Councillor Enright.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Could you please expand on the results of the Scenic Rim destination marketing brand, such as the richest place on earth in Australia, in relation to the audience reach and the campaign value?
Thank you for your question, Councillor. You can see the figures in the Q4 report are impressive, to say the least, and it's congratulations to the hard-working team who have worked with industry to achieve these results. The strategy to use all of our destination marketing campaign activity was to drive potential visitors to the Scenic Rim, to the Visit Scenic Rim website, where they can find more information about accommodation, experiences, food, wine and tours, etc. We use a variety of tactics and platforms to do this, including electronic direct mail, EDMs. We use social media posts, blogs, we boost posts, more traditional advertising, and also with an emphasis on digital, which is preferable as it's easier to measure and more cost effective. By reviewing our Google Analytics, we're able to track how many people click through our campaign tactical activities to our Visit Scenic Rim website, which is where we generate the figures that we put here in these reports. And then we also know We also then also how many people click even further, onto one of our tourism operator websites, which is fundamentally the goal of what we're aiming to achieve through these campaigns. In Q4, we were able to measure that there were 36,354 leads to the Visit Scenic Rim website from our campaign activity, and overall that is for the year 124% year-on-year increase. There were 27,601 leads to our tourism operators' websites from our Visit Scenic Rim website or our digital campaigns, and overall that's a 360% year-on-year increase. We know that we had 47,524,646 views as a result of our campaign activity, and that we generated more than $15,877,939 more in value than we actually paid for those campaigns. Due to the reach of this activity, we estimate we have had a return on investment of $55 to $1 spent. These are, I'm sure you would agree, outstanding results considering we do not have any major mainstream advertising in the market during the period that we have reported these results. And the earned value alone from our editorial that we have achieved in addition to these figures is invaluable. Recently, you would have seen we've had articles even in the New York Times, our Lonely Planet top 10 destination ranking, and the recent ranking of being the 50 from a recent tourism sentiment survey where we were ranked 50 out of 21,337 destinations around the world. So I cannot commend both the tourism industry for working so well with our very, very talented regional prosperity team and our providers through our media buyers and others that have supported us to get this campaign to where we have delivered to date.
Thank you. Councillor McConnell?
Yeah, just going on to page 39 that you mentioned in regards to the audience reach through campaign activity views. What is that? What are the views? Are they only the Visit Scenic Rim, or are they a combination of different websites?
So the activity, are you talking their line, the middle line, the 36,000?
No, the audience, top of page 39, which is the audience reach through campaign activity views that you mentioned, where Q4 had a significant overreach of the target of 1 million to 47 million.
Yeah.
So those 47 million views are what?
They're, as I mentioned, their views as a result of our campaign. So where we direct all of our campaign through to the Visit Scenic Rim website, and then the goal is for those people to find an operator within our region and go through to their website.
So is that 47 million separate people viewing, or is that 47 million views of different parts within the website?
That's 47, that's separate views. So that's views within the website, sorry.
Okay, so it's not 47 million people viewing the website and going through it, it's a combination.
Yeah.
Okay.
A combination.
Thank you. Okay. Further questions on page 39? Move to page 40. Councillor West.
Thank you. To the GM, I'm just wondering with regards to Eat Local Week, do we have any updated statistics as to the visitation numbers and the economic return to the region at this stage?
The team are just modelling that at the moment, Councillor. As you know, we conduct research as a part of that, and a recent update that I've had from the team is they're just finalising those figures, and we'll bring that forward shortly. They're actually in a debrief phase at the moment.
Thank you. Councillor Enright, I saw you.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just regarding regional events, Q4 achieved a remarkable ratio of benefits to dollars invested. Could you please outline the outcomes achieved from the support provided by the Regional Events Grants Program?
Thank you, Councillor. In Q4 was a very busy quarter for the team, with 3 major events delivered in the Escape and the Scenic Rim, the Long Sunset and Eat Local Week. Another event delivered independently was the Clydesdale Spectacular, which you know Council supported with a grant of $10,000 and was also delivered in this period. Council uses its modelling platform, Economy ID, to model and calculate the estimated economic return from events. And based on the number of overnight attendees, the average daily spend, etc., we use this tool, and the platform's preloaded, verified regional multipliers within, being able to multiply within our economy. We're able to calculate the dollar figure. For those events delivered in Q4, the modelled economic impact was $3,623,673, and we then compare this figure to how much expenditure Council itself outlaid on delivering these events during that same period. In this quarter, this resulted in a $241 in economic return being generated for every dollar that Council outlaid from its own budget. We have some figures on attendances, and those will be brought forward in future briefings. We have been made aware that the Clydesdale Spectacular had 9,310 attendees. It contributed nearly $3 million to the regional economy. And the regional events program that you mentioned, we supported 14 events in 21-22 with a total contribution of $33,350, and the projected economic return on those events was $3.99 million. And as I said, we will bring forward briefings on the Long Sunset, which was hugely successful, and also Scenic, the Eat Local Week, as Councillor just mentioned. We held there 125 events in 42 locations, and we'll bring forward further data on both of those significant events in future briefings.
Thank you. Further questions on page 40? Not removed to 41. To 40. Councillor McConnell?
Yeah, if we could just ask the GM for an update on the local tourism organisation and how that's progressing. I notice Q4 there's a number of members has increased by 12, which is good. No, sorry.
No.
Is that it's a decrease? Sorry.
Yeah.
No.
By 18.
So maybe we just let you explain what that table actually says.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor. Look, I think the Destination Scenic Room is powering ahead. It's all credit to the leadership of their independent chair, James Corvin, but more importantly of the local tourism operators who give up their time as volunteers on that organisation, and to Brenda Walker, who is an ex officio member of Destination Scenic Room, who works tirelessly with them on many of their projects. The number of financial members, I think it's an important question, so thank you for pointing that out. It has been previously reported as 130, but this took into account some non-financial members. The organisation now has, after it's re-established itself, has given time for people to consider their financial status of the organisation. It's now decided to only recognise financial members, some that have been members for years but have never paid dues. In addition, there's another comment there, but that means now they're reporting actual paid-up financial members, and as they move forward, they'll continue to market the organisation to the broader tourism organisation. As you know, they had appointed an executive officer, which was grant funded, who worked for them for 12 months. They are in the process now of reappointing a new person to that role, and once that person is established, one of their primary targets is to work on building membership.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McConnell. Councillor Swanborough?
Yeah, just in relation to that matter, the activity is to assist the local tourism organisation transition to a new model, which includes a full-time funded executive officer. So is this, what's changed? They had a full-time executive officer that was funded by grants. So what does this mean? I'm not sure of its interpretation.
Councillor, it's to the previous and prior briefings that we've talked about Destination Scenic Room, the way that their funding model will move forward. As you know, Council has allocated funding in the 22-23 financial year. We work with them to put a business, or they provide us with a business plan and the activities, and you would recall they recently briefed Council on the 12 months of activities that that their current business plan has delivered. So moving forward, they will fund their officer based from support from council, their membership fees and grants that they achieve from other organisations. You may recall in that briefing presented by James Corvin and their officer Jess at the time, that there was quite a considerable amount of grants that organisation had achieved in the last 12 months for various projects to deliver, one including a new drive brochure that has recently been launched. So they've been very, very proactive.
I'm confused because I don't know what a drive brochure's got anything to do with my question. My question was, how is the new CEO going to be funded if he's not going to be funded by, or her, or it's not going to be funded by grants?
Sorry, Councillor, I thought I answered that.
Yes.
Through my statement was that the original person was funded through grants. They will continue to seek grants. They have funding from council and they will look at utilising their membership fees. They also do fee for service for people to participate in campaigns. And the drive brochure that I mentioned, they also sold advertising in, so that created revenue for that as well. So those revenue sources will accumulate to provide the dollars to fund the ongoing appointment of their new executive officer.
So can I deduce from that that council potentially is funding this new CEO on a full-time basis with our contribution?
As explained in the briefing that when they presented to council recently, they indicated that beyond the grant, the likelihood was that the person they employ would not be on a full-time basis. From memory, I recall that being a 3-day-a-week basis. And so we are trusting that organisation to manage their finances professionally as an incorporated body and to attribute the costs that they need to their expenses to operate. So the revenue streams, of which council is one, will be utilised to deliver the services that they provide, including the employment of their officer, as I understand it.
Do we know what the target membership is for this organisation to become sustainable and representative?
I don't have their business plan in front of me, Councillor, but I would expect that they'd be targeting every business in this region and every tourism operator in this region, if they had their smarts about them, would be joining this organisation, because the total sum of the parts strengthens the destination and its strength, united, they will work much better together. So I think they'd be targeting virtually every business, but, practicalities and affordability and other things will no doubt come into play in people's decisions to join Destination Scenic Rim. I don't have a target figure off the top of my head. I have to take that on notice, but I think they are targeting every business they possibly can to join with them to increase the power base and the ability for Destination Scenic Rim to steer the stewardship of the local tourism operators and industry.
Councillor, I just observe they're an independent body. Whilst we provide some funding, it's not for council to represent their business plan. So happily note your question, and I think for the GM to take that back and provide that to Destination Scenic Rim, see if they're able to provide a further briefing at some point to how they're operating their entity.
That I should note, Mayor, their agreement for funding that they have, council requires them to brief council 2 times a year, which Correct. They have met admirably in the time that agreement's been in place.
Thank you. Move to page 42. We move into open responsive government. Page 44. 45. 46. 47. 48. 49. 50.
Just a question on page
Sorry,
40.
Councillor Swanborough. Yes.
Just a question on page 46 in relation to enhance communication with our customers and other stakeholders through the implementation of the Scenic Room Regional Council communication strategy. One of the indicators of success is responses provided to media inquiries within requested deadlines. Do we have a policy or procedure that outlines just what those deadlines are to provide information to media?
As the statement says, they're requested deadlines. So generally with a media inquiry, they will make the inquiry and determine their deadline. And what council officers are aiming to do is to be able to reply in a timely manner within the requested deadlines. Not always possible, not always realistic, the requests, because someone's deadline is not always our deadline, unfortunately, or we have other more pressing matters. So the communication strategy, you will recall, has aspirations about us being able to meet the requested deadlines as much as practical and possible.
So the actuals that are listed there, how, given your answer, how will you determine whether you've met the requested deadline or not in a reasonable time? You've got quarter one 64%, quarter two 75%, quarter three 63%, 90%. On average, I suppose it's 73%. So how do you work out those percentages?
So we take every request, we record them, we record their requested deadline, and then the staff facilitate the response and they record the response time, and then they do an assessment between the requested time and the response time, and they work out on average whether over that period of time we have met those requested deadlines.
So given we have this information, what is the target, the KPI that we aim to achieve?
75%, 75%, 75%, 75% quarter on quarter.
It's in the table.
So
It's there on the
75%
page in front of
annually,
you.
and to I must say 73% for the team. That, as councillors know, we've had some changes of officers and some reduced resourcing, and I totally congratulate the team for achieving 73% of the 75% target of the requested deadlines, because sometimes they give us an hour, sometimes they'll give us 2 hours, sometimes they'll give us a day. There's some very tight turnaround timeframes for media because they have deadlines for their own publications, and we try and respect those and provide a timely response. So I think it's a huge credit to the team who's worked under a great deal of pressure in recent times to have almost achieved that annual target of 75%.
So in relation to requests for comment by the Mayor, are they taken into consideration in these statistics? If a request is made, the Mayor is the only spokesperson for Council. If a request is made to the Mayor and a response is provided, is that included in these targets?
Yeah, yes it is. I should point out that requests for comment are not always directed to the Mayor. We've had some to various different councillors. So any request from the media which we encourage to be directed through our marketing communications team, in particular our principal specialist, those media inquiries are then handled and responses are provided, and those are tracked in these statistics. So, you know, we've had some recent ones for Councillor West, or if there's something about arts for Councillor Enright. So it just depends on where the requests come, but that's all managed through this process and recorded accordingly.
Okay. Move back to page 50 where we were. Page 51. Page 52. Page 53. We move into relaxed living, rural lifestyle. Page 54. And page 55. to page 56. Page 57. Page 58. Page 59, councillors. Page 60. Move to, sorry, councillor
Yeah,
Smallwood.
just a question in relation to on page 69.
So 59?
Sorry.
59, councillor, or have you moved ahead of us?
I misheard you. I thought you were up to 69 then, Mr Mayor.
Sorry, councillor, just patience. We're moving now into vibrant active towns and villages. Page 61. 62. 63. 64. 65 moves us into accessible and serviced region. 66. 67. 68. Now, councillor, we come to page 69.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. It's in relation to council-controlled community facilities and sporting infrastructure. Meet the identified needs of the community, and it says that in relation to camping facilities strategically developed and endorsed by council as a milestone. The development of a camping facilities strategy review is complete, which will inform the camping management strategy. It says this will be finalised by June 2023. Given that this camping strategy has been ongoing since the very first meeting of this council, I think it was discussed, is it going to take 3 years in order to come up with a camping management strategy when we have so few camping grounds? It just seems to be a disproportionately long period of time to come up with a strategy for such a simple process, in my view, because we don't have that many camping grounds to come up with a strategy that takes 3 years to develop.
Sorry, before I ask the GM, I note that we've already recognised some of the variations that have led to an approval for the extended period of time, but I'll ask the GM, I presume asset, environmental sustainability, if there is any additional update he can provide.
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor, for your question. Look, the review started as a review of the infrastructure that was involved on the camping grounds. We've seen the need, once we've reviewed that, to actually understand from a higher level the actual strategy around camping more generally on the management of our campgrounds. So the reality of it is it's actually grown in its scope over the number of years. So the reality of it is we started out trying to assess and understand the infrastructure that was supporting our campgrounds, and now it's actually grown into a strategy that around this is our current view as an organisation or as council on how we manage the campgrounds we have, and we want to set a strategy on how we manage them into the future. So a number of them are managed by leasing arrangements from private groups, and some are internally controlled and then managed in certain ways. So the reality of it is it's quite complex, more complex than when we first started looking just at the infrastructure involved. I do acknowledge that it is taking some time. Unfortunately, the dollars allocated and we've tried to actually manage a reasonable portion of this with our own internal staff, but competing priorities always with regard to where this sits in their priorities, unfortunately, hasn't seen it move as quickly as some may have liked, including myself. But I certainly understand that we're still working towards the June 2023 date for completion of an overall strategy, not only understanding how we manage our camping facilities now, but also how we will or plan to manage them into the future.
Thank you. Can I just ask a supplementary question? That initial facilities review, would it be correct that from that initial technical, if you like, review, that fed some input into some of the government funding made available through COVID to do some infrastructure upgrades? So we haven't been just sitting idle. There's actually been use of that information to drive improvements in some locations. Would that be correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. Okay. We move to page 70. Page 71. Page 72. Page 73. Page 74. 75. Sorry, Councillor McConnell.
Sorry, back to 74.
74.
Just in
Councillor
relation to the targets and the KPIs, 95% actual instead of 100 for the updated capital works program.
I can address that, Councillor. The reason that the actual result is 95% is because the key performance indicator here was that the 10-year capital works program be adopted by Council by the 30th of June. Because our special budget meeting was pushed out to the 11th of July, that didn't occur. So this being a quarterly report, the adoption happened in the first quarter of 22-23. So we have diligently reported that as being 95% complete. As indicated in the comment, the program was updated to properly inform the development of the community budget for 2022-2023, and just the final piece of that puzzle was Council's adoption in early July of the community budget.
Thank you.
Thank you. Page 75. Page 76. 77. 78. Page 90. Sorry, page 80. Testing it. Page 81. Move into healthy engaged. Sorry, Councillor Swanborough. Page.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Just a question in relation to the Water for Wild project and our roadmap, for ComSec. How's this likely to be impacted by the Palaszczuk government's announcement that it's not going to put money into this recycled water scheme? It's instead looking at a desalination plant in Gladstone to provide water to the grid and not the use of recycled water.
Sorry, Councillor, I think you're referring to something that was way, way back. This is the waste working party. So I understand your question. I'm trying to work out where you were referencing here.
Yeah.
So this is talking about the waste working party, Councillor.
It goes back. You're going so quick.
Note the question.
My scanning of every page is becoming a bit of a blur.
Oh, that was way back at the early pages. I'm not sure whether we can comment on the latest announcements from the state government and what they might or might not mean, but I'll see if the GM has any additional enlightenment.
I have no further comment on the Premier's recent decisions or discussions that are happening. What I can say is a very dedicated group of people that are involved with Water for Worrell are still forging ahead with that project, and they're still negotiating with the state government for an application to be submitted to the federal government, and I understand that will be forthcoming.
And just as an additional point of clarity, the current work we've done with Water for Worrell does not have any involvement with Councillor Mayor's working around water security. However, the point of confusion may be that the Water for Lockyer has been identified in the early stages of the City Deals program, which may be where you've had some slight confusion, Councillor. And I think, given those recent comments, I think it's not for us to determine what the state's next actions are, but certainly we can only continue to support the operators of our region as best we can. We're back on page 81. Councillor McConnell?
Yeah, just in relation to Activity 1 and the first of the KPIs, the 10-year regional roadmap endorsed by Council. I note the comments that it's yet to be developed by ComSec. Would the Mayor be able to update on the 10-year regional roadmap?
So the 10-year regional roadmap has been completed and endorsed, so I am not quite sure what's showing there. So we'll need to investigate that and catch it up, because we have tabled that. But I can, thank you, Councillor, confirm that there is a 10-year regional plan that is, there is a 10-year plan for South East Queensland, and for us as a council, there is a plan to develop that is our roadmap as part of that, which may be where the language confusion is. So there's a South East Queensland regional waste plan, and then there is a 10-year Scenic Rim regional roadmap, which I think may be just the gap in the language for clarity between the two.
Yes,
That
I'll
is in progress.
Yeah, I'll certainly follow that up. Yeah.
So I think that's the gap, but there certainly is a plan for South East Queensland, and as councillors will recall, it's now supported by a very unique arrangement and support from the state government with allocated funding and a program management office to ensure gatekeeping of those funds serves the plan on a performance basis, which is quite a novel approach, and would be happy to elaborate on that perhaps at a future time. But thank you, Councillor. We're on page 81. Councillor Swanborough, can I just get you to switch off so I can monitor the cues when someone's looking to speak? Thank you. Healthy, engaged, resourceful community, page 82. Page 83. Page 84. Page 85. 86.
Sorry, just back on 85.
85, Councillor McConnell, yes, you.
Just looking at the second KPI, Scenic Room Regional Council Innovate Reconciliation Action Plan developed and adopted. We're still at 0 due to resourcing. Okay.
Yeah.
We haven't had any.
You may recall, Councillor, the situation changed in terms of the requirement for funding for that, and so we had to do an additional budget request, which was successful in the 22-23 budget, and the development will commence. I've had some discussions with officers about commencing that process in this first quarter.
Thank you.
Councillor, I'll also just indicate that in the current operational plan for 2022-2023, there is an item, activity to finalise and adopt that Innovate Reconciliation Action Plan by 31st of December 2022. So there's your mechanism for that approval for extension.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, officers. Page 86. Page 87. Page 88. Page 89. Page 90. And we move into the appendices, which may in the future appear as separate reports, but we move to page 91. 92, 93, 94, page 95 and 96, page 97 and 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106. Councillor McConnell, sorry.
Yeah, just the figures in the customer contact for such a small council, I think 11,400. You know, it was a bit quieter than Q3, but the amount of contacts that council is required to action or respond to is quite significant for such a small council, I think. And I'm just looking at the total figures. It's somewhere around about 60,000 contacts or calls into council from outside.
Thank you, Councillor. We were just talking about that yesterday, and it's a very small team that is fielding those inquiries, and they try and solve it at source, if they can, in one transaction. And I think there's an incredible dedicated team of customer contact officers that are fielding those inquiries and trying to assist our community and our customers on a regular basis.
Thank you.
Thank you indeed. Page 107.
And again, if we can stay on 107, if you have a look at Q4 in relation to applications received, includes all operational works and development applications, 104 in one quarter is quite significant. And I'm not going to say it does create delays, I suppose, but if you could give us what sort of impact that has on our planning department and that department that deals with those applications.
Well, the managing of the allocation of those, as you say, can be problematic. As councillors are aware, we've had some vacancies in that team as well. So I think it's been very admirable the way that team has very capably and professionally handled the increased volume. It's a credit to their leader, Mark Lohman, and the way in which he has had to reorganise workloads and work with team members like Joseph to try and ensure that we are meeting our legislative obligations and that we're servicing all of those applications in a timely manner. And I might say they are a very professional and proficient team.
Thank you, Councillor. Sorry, Councillor Swanbury.
Yeah, just a question in relation to page 108.
Can we finish on, Councillor? Can you just wait? We haven't finished on 107. I'll take us to 108 in a moment.
Okay.
Just please, I'm trying to keep some process. I just wanted to add on page 107. Certainly, the encouraging to see that the pre-lodgement meetings still holding a strong trend, but also the concept meetings continuing to give that opportunity for people to, without having to sink their whole investment into, take their concept through a preliminary conversation to help them have confidence before they make investments. That's a continuing credit. I think as a process that was introduced, it's one that certainly continues to add value.
And we get that feedback constantly, Mayor, that people value the opportunity to come and have a very straightforward, sometimes helicopter discussion with planning officers and other officers in the room. They're very capably facilitated. It gives them early advice, and a lot of people then go away and come back to pre-lodgement meetings with more resolved plans than maybe they may have in their first instance.
Thank you. Now we come to page 108, Councillor Swanborough.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, in relation to food licensing, we have information about the the number of licences received and issued. Do we have an understanding of the actual state of our food premises across the whole region? These are sort of give me inputs to what's happening, but I'm interested in the outcomes that we have for food premises across the region.
I'm trying to understand what the question is.
The question is, what is the state of our food premises across the region as far as compliance and standard from inspections? Are we maintaining a high standard?
Yes. I'm not sure what else to say. I mean, the officers are very proficient in this area. To have a licence and maintain a licence, you need to meet a standard, as you would understand. Anyone who doesn't is called out, and the officers then work with them to rectify any issues that are identified, so that they can, bring their premises up to standard. If they're not at standard, they don't work with us to become to a standard and to meet their licensing requirements. Then council will act further, and we do and have in recent times. So I think that this team is very, very capable of ensuring that people can be assured that anyone that is licensed with us is meeting the required standards.
Thank you.
Look, I just asked the question because other councils are now publishing, different standards. You can achieve a gold standard or a silver standard or a bronze standard, which is very interesting, and it gives the public some, confidence in, where they're going to a restaurant or whatever, because they can see what the standard is in all of those different food premises, and also what the compliance actions have been in the past.
Well, I can assure you that the officers are monitoring and inspecting regularly all of our premises. I guess we haven't gone down to a name and shame or a public reckoning of those operators, but any issues that are found are followed through. And council will recall in the recent refresh and refocus of the areas of health, building and environment with the regional development team that we have an additional environmental health officer in place for the very reason of making sure that everybody is meeting the standards required, but also that it enables us to have an education program in place as well, so people understand what their requirements are. The idea that you've just portrayed that other councils have put in place, I know our officers are considering or have considered that, but it is a very resource-intensive process, and I think some of those councils that have put that in place have far greater resources at hand than what our council has as a Category 3 council.
Okay, thank you.
Just another question in relation to health, building and environment, or maybe this is town planning, I'm not sure, but do we do any sign audits? I mean, I'm getting complaints about sign pollution on Tambourine Mountain, unauthorised signs and billboards and everything popping up. Do we do any compliance work or audits on advertising signs around the Shire?
I think you will recall in recent times, councillors, there's been some things reported through to officers, and they have investigated those and adjusted those incidences. There's been signage on roundabouts and other examples where we haven't thought that they were appropriate. Generally, if there's anything that people have made a complaint about, officers will then research that and look into that and ensure that those signs are compliant. I'm not aware of carte blanche audits across all of the signage on Tambourine Mountain, but I can take that on notice and follow up with relevant manager and report back to you.
But just for clarity, but matters around advertising and signage, would they come under that item, or local law licences, bracket advertisements, animal keeping? Is that where
that's correct?
Those would
that's
show
where
up?
They would be captured.
Thank you. Just for those thinking it's not invisible, it's actually there in the table.
It's not a planning issue as such. Yeah. It's a local, yeah.
Thank you. Page 109. And that brings us to the end of the report. I'm not going to go through the second version. Okay. Thank you, councillors. Thank you to the operational team for preparing that report, and particularly to GM People and Strategy for consolidating and preparing it. Councillors, if there are other specific questions to items on a page, now's the chance. Otherwise, we'll come forward to the... Sorry, Councillor Swanborough? No? Sorry, we'll come forward to the recommendation. GM, would you introduce, please?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Recommendation for today's paper is that Council adopts the amendments to the Operational Plan 2021 and 2022 as contained within the Draft Operational Plan 2021-2022 Quarter 4 Progress Report. 2, Council endorses the Operational Plan 2021-2022 Quarter 4 Progress Report. And 3, Council notes the revised end dates for activities not completed in 2021-2022.
Seek a mover, councillors. Councillor McConnell, thank you. Further questions? Councillors, any further discussion? Except to say it's always both exciting and tiring by the time we go through the quarterly report. The level of effort and the level of work, and I'm sure there aren't a lot of people in the community who actually take the time to read it and think about the workload, and particularly think about the extreme conditions that some of this was achieved under, where staff had limited access because they were still either COVID affected or taking care of COVID affected family, and also the limitations where resource had to be redeployed to deal with local flooding events and damage related, which will be ongoing. So again, some amazing results and real credit to the team. Any other discussion, councillors? For us, seek a seconder. Councillor West, thank you. Councillor McConnell, you wish to speak?
I only to say that congratulations to the council workers who make this possible. You know, we sit up here and we do the strategy and we do the plan, but it's usually those below us that put all this into action and do all the hard work. So my congratulations and sincere thanks for all the effort that they have done over that 21-22 year, and look forward to seeing 22-23 come on.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Councillor West.
Thank you, Mayor. Really just to endorse Councillor O'Connell's comments. Huge thank you to the staff. It's been quite a challenging quarter, a very challenging quarter actually, with external things happening. They've done an amazing job, and special thanks to them all. They've worked exceedingly hard. And certainly, I just wanted to say to the community, it is a very readable document now. It wasn't always, but certainly just to have a quick look through the executive summary is very readable, very informative. And for those who are into numbers and that sort of thing, the back section, the business as usual, that's also quite interesting as well. So I'd recommend people in our community have a look. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else seeking leave to speak additionally? If not, I will just take the opportunity to endorse those comments, and also congratulate the team on continuing to evolve the structure of the document. That readability is really important, but it does cater for those who like to read as well as those who like to study tables. And we are improving our understanding and our joint understanding of how that is best communicating forward. And thank you for that, but it is, again, a great credit to a very effective team under difficult circumstances, and again, with some resource constraints of all sorts. Councillor McConnell, do you wish to close?
No, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay. We put the motion. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you for staying through that. I thought it was worth to finish that, but I will now take a brief adjournment, and and we will return at 11:15. Councillors, and continue with the meeting. To those in the gallery, please rejoin us at that time. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back, councillors, executive, and those joining us in the digital gallery today. We turn to page 207 of today's agenda, and I turn to the GM Asset and Environmental Sustainability to introduce item 10.3. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, councillors, executive officers and those listening in online. Item 10.3 deals with a petition that was presented to council regarding Beacon Road, Tambourine Mountain and hooning and speeding concerns. Firstly, I'd like to apologise for the length of time this has actually taken to get to council. We've had some resourcing issues and unfortunately part of that saw this item not dealt with in a time frame that I would believe appropriate for such a request. But that being said, it's now here for council to review. In summary, 25 signatures were applied to a petition. The petition details are here. Basically, the petitioners who refer to themselves as concerned citizens put forward three options to be looked at for a section of Beacon Road where they considered the relation between pedestrians and vehicular traffic to cause an issue. So they've asked for consideration of a shared zone within the last 600 or 800 metres of Beacon Road, as well as appropriate line marking and signs to signify a shared zone, as well as provision of an no-through road. Within the report, we certainly provide some background to why those particular aspects, or as the request in the petition, may not be suitable in this particular case, as they do not generally meet the warrants by which we are generally governed to put these sorts of control measures in place. There are fairly really regular guidelines by which you put in no-through roads as well as shared zones. So basically, the report outlines also the process by which you look at a review of speed, and in this particular case, the actual speed that the area is 60 kilometres an hour. We do have a traffic count. I will point out though that the traffic count is probably 5 years old, and we do have 8 to 10 traffic count devices. You think with 10 traffic counters you'd actually get around the region fairly quickly, but given there are fairly tight guidelines by which when the traffic counters can be put out on site, it does limit the number of weeks in the year that you actually get information that you can use. At the same time, we have almost 200 sites that we do collect this sort of data, and generally speaking, we try to get round to more traffic roads every 2 to 3 years, and lesser traffic roads 5 or more years. So in this particular case, on this particular section, we still consider the data to be relevant, although it wouldn't be that far away from another count needing to be required at this site. So basically in summary, we've also, within that traffic count information, we've actually got the number of vehicles and the average speed and the 85th percentile speed at that site. And it is interesting to note that at no point did the counter actually pick any vehicle actually travelling over the posted speed of 60 kilometres an hour. So basically, in conclusion, we put forward that we write to the petitioners saying that their request doesn't meet the requirements for a shared zone, and that we're not in a position to be able to change the posted speed to 25 kilometres per hour, as that's not permitted under current guidelines within the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices, as well as not in a position either to install a no-through road sign on that street at that location.
Thank you. Councillors, further questions for clarity to the report? Councillor Swanler?
Yeah, just on page 211 of the report, the the aerial photography of the road. Is the turnaround that's talked about, is that at the end of Beacon Road and at the start of Beacon Lookout Road? Is that where you're saying that they have adequate turnaround?
I believe so. Yes, there is adequate turnaround right at the end of Beacon Lookout Road, right at the end of that section. I don't believe it's closer to the end of Beacon Road. So the report itself may have referred to that as Beacon Road, but it should have referred to it as the Beacon Lookout Road, which is it's about approximately 400 metres in length.
Yeah, which comes to a dead end, but it's actually on National Parks land, the turnaround.
That's correct, and we've been in consultation with them, and it probably doesn't impact the actual content of the actual petition as far as what's listed here. But certainly, it is something an issue that officers are still in conversation with National Parks around the other end, and at this point, there hasn't been a resolution of that conversation.
Thank you. Further questions, councillors? Councillor McConnell? Sorry, no. Councillor Swanbury? No. Further questions? No. Councillor Enright?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Probably a more general question. When a petition is provided to council, in this instance regarding hooning and speeding, which is a police matter, my understanding, the level of responsibility for council as the managers of the road is to assess the signage or the road equipment, if that's the right term, to see whether it complies with the current standards. And then some of the suggestions that were in the petition are then assessed against the requirements. Is that the correct assumption?
Right, for this case, not all petitions actually go to the extent of actually putting forward a solution. Some petitions will just identify the issues or the concerns they have. So the reality of it is when we do have, and similarly with customer inquiry, we'll certainly look at the conditions presented, and often, well, not often, but we do get inquiries about speeding vehicles, and the reality of it is we certainly will assess whether the signage is appropriate at that location, and if the signage is appropriate, the actual matter of someone either hooning or speeding is actually a police matter and not something that council is in a position to enforce.
Thank you. Further questions, councillors? If not, GM, we'll move forward to back to the recommendation.
Thank you, Mayor. The recommendation is that council, excuse me, that council acknowledge A, as a result of an engineering review of the petition request, it is not appropriate for the area between Fremont Drive to the lookout be a shared zone, as this area does not meet the current standard thresholds for application of the shared zone. B, the installation of a no-through road sign on Beacon Road at the intersection with Fremont Drive is not warranted, as this location also does not meet current standards. And C, the request to change the speed to 25 kilometres an hour is not supported, as the classification of the road and the standards at the time of review do not permit a speed limit less than 50 kilometres per hour. 2, council note that during the review of the council 10-year capital investment program, the inclusion of a footpath for the length of Beacon Road is considered, noting that the project's inclusion or otherwise will be based on its assessed prioritised position within the forward list of footpath and cycleway in brackets active transport infrastructure investment program. And 3, council respond to the lead petitioner detailing council's current position with regard to suggested options to address the hooning and speeding concerns.
Councillors, I seek a mover. Councillor Swanborough. Thank you. Further questions, councillors? Any further discussion? Seek a seconder. Councillor McConnell. Councillor Swanborough, you wish to speak?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, it's good that this has been done. Obviously, there are requirements that need to be complied with. Hooning and speeding is a difficult one. Certainly it does occur at this particular spot, but maybe signage is not going to work. I'll be interested to see what happens with national parks at the end of that road, because I personally see a lot of people drive up there and come to a dead end and have to turn around, but they've got to turn around in the national park car park, which is, I don't think, what's envisaged, and then they come back out. And certainly the practicality of putting a sign up "No Through Road" seems feasible to me, but if it doesn't meet requirements, well, we can't do anything about it. Unfortunately, what happens is that people see it's just going into the national park, so they turn around in front of the campground on that photograph at the top, which is basically a service road for that particular facility, and so there's a de facto turnaround in front of that facility for people who decide they don't want to go into a national park. So, but anyway, we'll wait till National Parks gets back to council in relation to that issue, and then we can perhaps reassess. But otherwise, I support the recommendation.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? If not, councillors, we'll put the motion. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We move to item 10.4, and thank you, GM, and your officers are here if needed. Item 10.4, page 215 of today's agenda. We turn to the GM, Council Sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item relates to seeking consideration to apply exceptions as catered for under Section 235 of the Local Government Regulation 2012. The suppliers listed on the report today are being sought under varying conditions for exemptions, and those details are listed in the report. But I guess, as we've previously stated before, we've continued to review and look to improve the way we pick up these items. But unfortunately, some of these suppliers are specialised in nature, and/or it's most beneficial for council to officers to seek consideration for council to appoint those. One of those in recent times has been the Lavender House that provides EAP services to council. They've provided the service for a number of years, and I guess because of their locality and professionalism and ease of use, it was identified that they were required to be sought, even though we had been engaging them. I guess one of the aspects in there is it's hard to quantify the amount that's actually listed to them unless the service is actually required or availed of. The other ones on there, on the net, we've listed that previously. We've seen the aspects of their exception reduce quite substantially. You'd be aware that there's a project to council to migrate its network services following a successful tender to another supplier. However, in understanding the architecture of network systems, it was uncovered that there's still some remnants of services that On The Net provide, and namely that was to service and cater for the Skype network systems and things like that. But as we go forward to exploring other avenues, because Skype is nearing its closure, that will certainly look to be reduced in the non-tendered aspects as per On The Net. The other suppliers there are fairly standard in nature. the rental of land, and the plant assessor, as well as the traffic management services that are vital to the requirements as part of the asset and environment sustainability teams in providing their planning and assessments. Open to any queries in regard to the suppliers, Mr. Mayor.
Councillors, we have a report in front of us. Questions? Councillor West?
Sorry, mine isn't a question, actually, to the GM. I think there may be a S missed off supplier in the recommendation. Would that be right? I know we haven't
Yes.
got to that yet, but just to highlight that.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, councillors? Councillor McGuinness?
Yes, Mayor, if I could ask the General Manager, or maybe for Asset and as well, Plant Assessor, I would have thought there's a number of people that provide this sort of service. Is there a reason why we're just gone with them? I thought you might want to flick it to it.
It's probably not a service, and Chris can certainly detail, but it's more of an application. I'll give.
Yeah, so we've got an ongoing an application that there was a process originally when this was bought as a supplied item. There's ongoing servicing requirements with that. We haven't actually gone out and actually revisited that because there's quite a considerable cost in changing the actual app to do what needs to be done to actually for this service. So that's probably the best answer I can give at this point in time.
I guess the value of the contract as opposed to running the exercise and the migrating to another supplier at this stage in time until there's a need to sort of something better out there in the market, then I guess it's weighing up that option. We always tend to encourage suppliers as a minimum that there are other avenues for council to appoint them, and if they're in other lists like the local buy lists and things like that, but certainly there's opportunities there for them.
Can I just seek some further clarity? GM Asset Environment Sustainability, referring to the commentary on Plant Assessor on page 217, the description is, if I'm understanding correctly, so it's a digital platform, and that is it's a proprietary system that references to our plant and equipment to then be used. Is it used by us or others? How does it play that part, just for that additional clarity?
Yeah, so the plant assessor actually provides us a quick reference guide that the plant we have currently meets the current standards for that plant, and will highlight any deficiencies that may have either been realised in an item plant we own or an item of plant we're about to purchase. So so plant assessor actually takes some of their own labour and resources time out of the picture and gives us. So it's an external party that reviews all the current legislation and requirements that items of equipment have to meet to be considered meeting Australian standards.
Thank you for that clarification. Further questions, councillors? If not, GM, we return to the recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The recommendation for item 10.4, and I'll read from the table as well. The recommendation is that council resolve to engage the following suppliers under section 235 of the Local Government Regulation 2012. Solutions in transport for the services of traffic management services, the exception sought under 235B, the expiry being 30th of June 2023. On the net for broadband and network services, exception under 235B, also through until 30th of June 2023. Plant assessor for plant safety risk assessment services under 235B, also through until 30th of June 2023. Seawash Proprietary Limited for rental of land under exception 235A through until 30th of June 2023. Lavender House for the provision of Employee Assistance Program, EAP, under exception 235B, also through until 30th of June 2023.
Thank you, GM. I seek a mover. Councillor Swanborough. Further questions, councillors? Further discussion? Seek a seconder. Councillor West. Councillor Swanborough, you wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, Mr Mayor. When you put in these systems, considerable time and effort goes into using them. It's not easy to change them every time the contract finishes. I support the idea that some continuity is required to be maintained when you're doing a lot of these activities, so I support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? If not, we put the motion. Those in favour? That is carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We turn to item 10.5, page 220 for those following. And again, GM, Council Sustainability, we're in your hands.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This item relates to the consideration around adopting the reviewed budget review policy, which was previously adopted on 28th of June 2016. The report's detailed in nature. It spells out the requirement for this policy in the fact that it outlines the procedure as to how Council is able to review its adopted budget throughout the year and make the necessary amendments. The review of this policy falls under the governance policy review framework, and it's presented today seeking the endorsement for adoption.
Thank you, GM. Councillors, just for if we're going to reference, can I suggest we deal with attachment 2 as the point of reference if there are any questions, just so that we all start at the same place. So that would be on page 227. If there are any questions to the body of the policy, otherwise questions to the report in general.
Yes, I should add, Mr Mayor, the process has included a shift from the previous template into that new template that you're referring to. So materially, there has been minimal changes to the policy. It's really a lift and shift and make sure that the current legislative references and everything else are still in line with the expectations.
Thank you. Questions, councillors? Councillor Enright?
Thank you, Mayor. More of a question on a higher holistic view, and I'm just interested in what determines the policy review to include a procedure or not, or what triggers the procedure that comes to council, or what is then dealt with as an operational procedure.
Thank you, Councillor. I might hand over to John Picalis, our Principal Special Governance. That area oversees, obviously, the policy review framework and can answer that question on you.
Yeah, thank you, Oliver, and thank you, Councillor, for that question. Basically, under our policy framework, we have council approved policies, and we have administrative policies approved by the CEO, and then there's procedures that may flow on from those policies. Generally, the procedures are how the operational arm, as in the CEO and the staff, go about complying with the policy position of council. So what we're doing is we're moving away from having procedures attached to council policies, because those procedures are really the realm of the CEO and the operational staff. And so the policy should be council's statement of principles in relation to a particular issue of importance, and also it can contain some framework and parameters to guide the operational arm of the organisation, who then may create procedures so staff are aware as to how to go about complying with those policies, if that makes sense.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Further questions, councillors? If not, GM, I'll get you to move to your recommendation.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The recommendation for item 10.5 is that Council adopt the budget review policy, which will replace the previous version adopted on 28th of June 2016.
Yeah, firstly, I seek a mover. Councillor McGuinness. Any further questions, councillors? Any further discussion? Seek a seconder. Councillor McConnell. Wish to speak, Councillor McGuinness?
No, I'm right. Thanks, Mayor.
Anyone seeking leave to speak against? Seeking leave to speak additionally? We put the motion to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. That brings us to the end of the listed items. Councillor McConnell?
Yeah, Mr Mayor, if I can move a procedural motion that we hold item 11.2 in open session.
Thank you, councillor. So 11.2 for those at home. 11.2 is one of the items listed originally under the confidential agenda. We have a procedural motion to bring that into open session, councillors. Any questions? Councillor, perhaps you would like to speak to your motion briefly or explain the rationale for your motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. It's just that the 11.2 deals with the CEO performance and contract management policy or the procedure, and there's nothing in there that is confidential in nature.
Thank you. Councillor, any questions for further clarity to the motion? Don't need a seconder for a procedural motion. Councillor McConnell's moved. If there are other questions, I would just observe that the nature of this, it doesn't reference any specific person or individual, which is an important piece of note. So if there's no other now, Councillor, I'll ask if you'd like to speak to your motion rather than to explain why your motion.
No, I think it's self-explanatory now with what's been said, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else seeking leave to speak? If not, we put the motion. Those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. So whilst those in the gallery won't see this fully, we will bring that item forward now and deal with it in open session before we move into closed session. So, councillors, you'll be able to work to access that in your confidential papers for the purposes of the discussion before us. Just move to that item. Okay. And turn to the GM, People and Strategy, to introduce this item for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll note in that today I'll be presenting the procedure or draft procedure for Council's adoption. As requested in a previous resolution of Council, this procedure has certainly been the subject of extensive consultation with councillors and a request as part of the previous resolution was that this be brought forward for adoption prior to the engagement of a new CEO and thus the timing of this today. The procedure itself has been developed with some significant consideration of our requirements as a Category 3 council and the impact this may have from a resourcing perspective. I believe we've landed in a position, that council's landed in a position that this is an achievable and sustainable position in terms of its requirements. It is prescriptive without being onerous, and I'm happy to take any questions on the procedure.
Councillors, Councillor McConnell.
Yeah, if I could just, because the audience can't read the paper at the moment. Would the GM be able to give a brief overview of how the performance and contract management will work? In particular, the performance panel.
Thank you, Councillor, for your question. The intention of the paper is twofold. It is to manage the ongoing, obviously there is a sister procedure, I'll mention, that was adopted by Council prior to now, which manages recruitment and onboarding of a new CEO. This policy, as a sister policy procedure, then picks up on from that point of onboarding, whereby based on the assessment of a new CEO, there is a planning process whereby a performance plan is established, and certainly in the first 12 months, on 12-month anniversaries at the end of financial year, the performance is of the CEO is assessed against those targeted outcomes. There is annually a performance review panel appointed by the Council, and that panel consists of the Mayor, Deputy Mayor and one other nominated Council representative. If necessary and considered required, an external panel member can also be brought in as part of that process. So certainly happy. The procedure then goes on to talk about contract management processes, renewal or termination of contract, and some other elements. Happy to. Are there any particular areas of the procedure that you would like me to expand more on?
No, I think that's covered it. I think it was mainly the performance management and the implementation of a performance panel within Council. So, yeah, the rest is pretty standard. So, no, thank you.
Councillor McGuinness.
Mayor, just for clarification for our audience, this will be part of the minutes of the meeting. They will have access to the whole. And maybe that wasn't just clarified by yourself. It's not there at this point in time for them to follow through, but it will be there in the minutes.
Sorry, Councillor. Yeah, I did highlight that obviously it's not available at the moment because it's only just moved, but obviously once it's in open, the documents that have been released to open form part of the public record of the meeting, and therefore the recommendation that sits in the report as it stands, part 4 of that recommendation, would be suggesting to the recommending officer may no longer be required. They should consider that as they prepare to present, that introduce that recommendation. However, yeah, once something's in open, it's in open and forms part of the record of the meeting. Thank you, Councillor McGuinness.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to add to, I guess, highlighted in the paper presented today, to which the community will have access shortly, is it's noted that the implementation of the policy and procedures relating to CEO engagement, onboarding and performance and contract management will become effective following the current CEO's departure from the organisation. There is also commentary in the report relating to the appointment of the CEO Performance Review Panel. So draw your attention to that section of the report and the related recommendation. But in short, it's proposed that the membership of the first CEO Performance Review Panel be as consistent as possible with the membership of the recruitment panel, simply on the basis that the recruitment panel will have had significant interaction with the CEO through that process and involvement in the establishment of a performance plan. So there is a natural follow-on for that first year assessment. So on that basis, it's proposed that the CEO Performance Review Panel for 2022-2023 would be comprised of the Mayor, Deputy Mayor and Councillor Marshall Chalk, acknowledging that the role of Deputy Mayor is rotational, so we won't know who would sit in that role.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? If not, GM, we ask you to introduce the recommendation for the ordinary meeting,
Thank
please.
you, Mayor. So the recommendation today is that Council adopt Council Procedure Chief Executive Officer Performance and Contract Management, subject to final administrative amendments to the document that do not materially impact on the content of the procedure. 2, Council adopts the updated Council Policy Chief Executive Officer Recruitment, Appointment and Performance, subject to final administrative amendments to the document that do not materially impact on the content of the policy. And 3, Council appoints Councillor Marshall Chalk as the additional councillor member of the Chief Executive Officer Performance Review Panel for 2022-2023.
Seeker mover, Councillor McConnell. Any further questions, councillors? Any further discussion? Seeker seconder, Councillor Enright. Councillor McConnell.
Yeah, we'll talk on this one, Mr. Mayor. It's been a long time coming. This is started off as a bit of a pet project for me to get this in, and I commend the GM for the changes and the discussions that we've had to make this fit our level of local government. I think it brings a good procedure to the performance review, and I look forward to sitting on the panel and with the new CEO when he or she then turns up.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against? Wishing to speak additionally? If not, put the motion. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. I now seek a motion to move into closed session to deal with 2 remaining matters. 11.1, appointment of acting chief executive officer, closed under section 254J3A, and item what was originally listed as item 11.3, which was a late item regarding MCU 20-050, SDA Property Nominees Proprietary Limited versus Scenic Regional Council, and Oars Planning and Environment Court Appeal number BD 2001 of 2021, 1 to 11 Eagles Retreat Place, Tamborine Mountain, closed under section 254J3E. Seek a motion to move into closed session. Councillor Enright. Any questions to that? Seek a seconder. Councillor West. You wish to speak? Councillor, those in favour? Thank you. To those in the gallery, thank you. We will close the meeting now at 11:53 to move into this session. Given the timing, we may run into intersecting with our lunch adjournment, so I would not anticipate returning until 1 o'clock. Otherwise, it will be at the half hour as per my normal routine. So if we're not back at 1, it will be at 1:30 or subsequently 2. Thank you for your understanding, and we bid you good day for now. Thank you. Councillors, I seek a motion to return to open session. Councillor West. Seconder, Councillor McInnes. Those in favour? It's unanimous. We'll return now back in open session. Welcome back to those in the gallery. And we ask the General Manager, Council of Sustainability, introduce the recommendation for item 11.1, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The recommendation is that 1. Council appoint Caroline McMahon as the Acting Chief Executive Officer pursuant to 195A of the Local Government Act 2009 until a new Chief Executive Officer commences duty or the Council resolves otherwise. And 2, in accordance with Clause 22.6.3 of the Scenic Rim Regional Council Standing Orders Procedure CM 03.01 PR.01, the contents of the report remain confidential until such time as the appointment of the Acting Chief Executive Officer is ratified by Council.
Thank you. Seek a mover. Councillor McConnell. Seek a seconder. Councillor West. Councillor McConnell wishes to speak.
No, only that fully endorse the recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor, anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? Put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? The motion is carried. Division called. Mayor Division 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in favour. Division 1 against. We move to the item 11.3, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The recommendation is that pursuant to Section 257 of the Local Government Act 2009 Queensland, Council delegate to the Chief Executive Officer the power to take all steps necessary to resolve Council's interest in the appeal of MCU 20/050 SDA Properties Nominees Proprietary Limited versus Scenic Rim Council and others in the Planning Environment Court, appeal number BD 2001 of 2021 at 1 to 11 Eagles Retreat Place, Tamborine Mountain, with consideration to legal and expert advice. And secondly, in accordance with Clause 22.6.3 of the Scenic Rim Regional Council Standing Orders Procedure, CMO 301 PR.01, confidentiality be maintained and this report not be released to the public, noting that at the conclusion of the Planning Environment Court mediation process or hearing, a decision notice will be issued to the applicant, which will be publicly available.
Seek a mover. Councillor Enright. No further questions. Seek a seconder. Councillor West, just to speak. Councillor Enright.
Thank you, Mayor. We've had much discussion on this and I believe this is the correct way to proceed.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to speak against? Anyone seeking leave to speak additionally? We put the motion. Those in favour? Those against? The motion's carried. Division asked. Mayor Division 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in favour, against Division 1. Councillors, that brings us to the close of the ordinary meeting for today. Thank you to the gallery for your patience. Thank you, councillors, for your efforts. Thank you, officers, for your diligent support. And I call the meeting closed at 2:34.